I have not done anything yet. I'm still trying to get logged in. Definitely behind this morning. Zoom. Nice bounce there. Looks like potentially another buy the dip scenario. We'll see. What's CRSP doing? Dropping at the moment. Roku reports today. You can do it. Tesla had an offering, and it's going up. Space cranking. What about AbbVie? Oh, you mean because YouTube still has that title? Well, let's see. Maybe now I can actually update. So since I reconnected that channel, Roku is taken off. Needham says analysts prefer Roku over Netflix. Average price target on Cone, $73. Apple right back up. Looks like Gild, Gild, moving up. Space over 24. Right. Unwilling full. Totally agree. But I wonder if they're just comparing the stock, not necessarily comparing company to company. I didn't read the detail. ZM looking pretty good. Poor Cisco and their earnings. I don't know. I don't follow Iron Mountain. I'm not interested in the company that stores data in a cave. I don't know. Kraft Heinz was hitting the the low a day ticker this morning, so I don't know that I was in commons for the dividend and recovery. I'm probably out of them now because I did have a stop in. Whoa. What's up with Beyond? Finally had some puts on Beyond Pay. Space, yeah. Definitely short squeeze there. All right. BYND, go ahead. Keep coming. Yeah, J-Bug. I got this week's 117 puts. Yeah, space is cranking. Yeah. That's why, like the roulettes, I tend to avoid them. Look for steady, repeater, large bullish flow, but the steadies and the repeaters and the rapid fires. What the hell is this? WUBA. Fraud report from Grizzly Research, 50% downside target. We uncovered what we believe are plenty of accounting shenanigans that seem to be aimed at dressing up the public financials. WUBA is a fraud vehicle that primarily exists to enrich insiders and raise money from U.S. investors on the back of fake financials. Well, that doesn't sound good. If you were a WUBA investor. Starbucks is taunting you. I don't think so. Let's see. No, I'm not. J-Bug, you're chasing space, but it's cranking. Ruber, no. I had Apple yesterday. I sold some of it. What am I? I think I'm only holding one contract. Yeah, one contract. No, today on that dip would have been a good entry. Um, I tend to not get anything in the first 15 minutes. I probably should have bought the dip on something this morning, but I did not. We were up really late in this house last night, so space too expensive. Yep. Uh, Ruber. So my wife has been out of town. She didn't get home until 1 o'clock this morning. We are going to have lots of fun doing chores this weekend. That is what he will spend the weekend doing. So I didn't really make him do anything last night. But his Saturday and Sunday this weekend are mine. He got in all kinds of trouble yesterday. After he got home from school, I made him do his homework. And then he said he still wasn't feeling well, so he didn't go to wrestling. He knows no electronics. All he's allowed to do if he's going to stay home like that is read. And went to his room, and he was sitting there playing a computer and had a bunch of food in his bed, which he knows he's not supposed to do. He's in all kinds of trouble. Defiant little shit. That's what he was yesterday. All right, I'm going to get out of half of this BYND put position. FSLR, low a day ticker. Let me go take a look at the futures here. What's going on? Still moving up, but kind of double top-ish. Around 337. And MO 4518. Oh, I got out of half my Beyond puts. Jenny B is in space $25 calls for next week. And Cron $7 calls. Excuse me. Samson, did I take my kid up to the mountains? No. Or are you saying, do I? Because that we do. Piton downside, Tesla upside. Yeah, we get season passes. We were up there for a couple days over Christmas. Usually we'll do 3 or 4 day trips a year and 1 or 2 weekends. So God, Tesla on that $2 billion offering, but they priced the shares, I think, at $767 or something like that. So not surprised to see Tesla now going up. It's like every time there's a stock offering or a secondary, everyone thinks it's going to drop, and sometimes it does the opposite, depending on how they price the shares and what they're using the capital for. I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that it would be dumb for them not to raise some capital here when their stock is this high. Waste Management dropping some. I'll tell you, Samson, it's cool, but man, it's a lot of work. Sometimes you wonder if it's worth it. I don't know what's on the agenda today. AMAT had great ER. I'll tell you that. Give me a second. I'm pulling up the news here. Canaccord maintains a buy on Shopify, $600 price target. It's always good when you're looking at stuff and seeing green in the long-term portfolio. Even if it's stuff that you don't track day to day and you don't care, still good to see. AbbVie 96.90. So pull back and then upside. Actually gap down. Yeah, I was listening to the Shopify thing last night. Listening to him talk about it. And I heard the CEO on there saying that saying that they are, enabling the smaller sellers to compete with the big boys, and they now have brands that have been created on Shopify that are competing with some of the big name brands. DEAC 1863. Holy cow. AMAT breaking out. Yeah, Unwilling Full. He was a little too salesy, in my opinion. We may get a dip here. There's an article that came out talking about speculating that China is lying about the numbers and yada, yada, yada. Which everyone has kind of been saying. But now it's like they're acknowledging it, I guess. Well, I'm watching the futures drop, Ruber. It hasn't been a big drop yet, but we did just cross under the 34. And now continuing a little bit. It hasn't been a huge drop yet, but definitely pulling back on that headline. I like ANET. But wasn't last quarter, or was it the quarter before was the big drop? I gotta... JDB, we had an alert on Mel, we had an alert on FireEye yesterday too. There's some AMAT 60, that's a block. I'm actually going to filter out the blocks for now. Disney put sweep. Yeah, those FireEye 17s for March 20th. That's good flow. That's really good flow. Yep, I like the flow. Yesterday it was the $16 calls for February 21st. I'm not a huge FireEye fan, but that is really good flow. ANET was a double beat and still dropped. Maybe it was the quarter there. It was either last quarter or the quarter before they had a big drop. That is almost too much flow to ignore. Right there. I'm going to pick up a small position in this. I don't even love FireEye, but that's a lot of flow. And we had that alert yesterday. When do they report? Yeah, it's not for a long time. So it's not this is not an earnings play or anything like that. Yeah, I can't ignore that. Yeah, I mean, FireEye that 14 to 15. Let's pull up that chart. Did bounce off the 200 there on the daily. And they're buying the 17 calls. That 15 has been good support, but you can see it kind of bouncing off the 200, heading up. This is concerning right here, what we're coming into. But we'll just have to see what happens. This may be. Sometimes these plays you got to like ride them out to see what happens. But this may be one, in this scenario, because these are out to March. If this thing goes over 16, those contracts will see some juice, and that may be what they're playing. And I don't typically play FireEye, but a lot of flow. 90 cents. Oh, you got the 16 call. Probably safer. But I will say that lots of times I change the striker expiration and it doesn't work out as well as the one that we get the flow on. Not always, but Some Microsoft sweep, small ones here. Cisco 44 calls at 310. Microsoft actually not looking too bad, but this 186 to 183.50 or so may just be a range that it consolidates in. J-Bug, fuck Microsoft. So we did get a bounce on the futures. Now just under the 34, so we'll see if we can get through it, or if we're going to reject the 34, then we could see some more downside. All right, we are going through it right now. Yep, AbbVie's down. PG, been waiting for a bounce on PG. PG getting a bounce off that 89 EMA on the daily right there, which it's done several times. Right off it or near it quite a few times. Look for PG flow. I'm in a PG position, but it was Pete's play. But look and see if any flow comes in for PG, which is kind of what you want to see. Like, okay, this is what we're seeing on the chart. Here's what PG is doing right now. See if any big money comes into it. No flow on PG yet. The last sweep yesterday, the March 20th, 125 calls at $1.65. Really? That's it, huh? I bet those are up nicely today. March 20th, 125 calls, 204 by 210. So, yeah. Kind of like that. No problem. NIO, delaying paychecks. I saw that news early this morning. I was already in some PG, but I picked up a little more different. I like this bounce right here. Not to say it is done testing right here, but we'll just have some time on them. I put it in there. The 125 call, March 20th, 125. Got an MMJ card yesterday. All right. So what I did on my laptop was made a sticky note and wrote my rules down. That's a good idea. Good idea. Jeffrey, hey, what's up? Welcome from YouTube. What do I think about Trivago? I can't even remember the last time I saw a chart for them. Kind of like their commercials. What is it? Is this TRVG? It's a $3 stock. If this is what you're talking about, I don't think about something like this because I don't. It's $2.54, 50 million share OS. No volume today. Average volume 480,000. It's only done 66,000 so far. Not the sort of thing that interests me or that I play. It's just not for me. That's not my style. Doesn't mean you can't play to make money on it. Something on FireEye last week, a lot of price target cuts came out from a lot of analysts. Maybe they want a few cheapies. Could be patient. Could be good observation. If this thing gets over this 1592, could get a run out of it. You bought Starbucks 90 call. Yeah, Unwilling Flow. I heard that this morning that they're underreporting the numbers, which I think everyone was kind of assuming they were anyway, but now it sounds like they're just kind of confirming it. Whoa, nice pop on PG. When you look at the flow, I assume that is y'all's play. It is. That is our platform. Yeah, Ruber. So the platform is web-based. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Oh, they're stingy? J-Bug, come on now. They got a lot of money in that platform. But yeah, it's not free. Samson, I like that. Breaking news, we confirm China's full of shit. Now, back to Bender with latest options flow. I like that. Oh, Ruber. No. I mean, the flow information that we present, we've got servers in the exchanges, in the same data centers that the exchanges are in Manhattan. That's where we get the flow data. And then we've got proprietary algorithms that have been written to generate these colors and alerts. It's all proprietary stuff. Now, I do have something that I'm working on. Now, this is something I'm working on. This shows historical. Do they algo trade with it? Don't know. Ruber, yeah, no. This is real-time, low latency information that's coming across the tape. For anybody interested, I'm taking a couple beta testers for this, but it's historical data. So yesterday, but right now it goes back about 3 weeks, but I'll continue to add to it every day. Eventually it will cost something. Right now, I'm allowing a few people to beta test it. Samson ZM'd at 90. What? Must have got a nice pop. Look at her go. Very nice. What's that WLL doing today? Right at $3. They got obviously hammered yesterday on some bad news. Wow, ZM is taking off. Take a look at ZM just taking off right now. What's Apple doing? I don't know. Expert Bernie, which one takes off next? Right now, it's looking like Tesla. Potentially PG. Tesla breaking to the upside. FireEye 1596. Do I always absolutely not always. No. Depends on what it is, how much I have in it. And usually I'll give it some time to try to get a sense of how the contracts move with the stock before I put a stop loss in. So apparently there is a window that opens tomorrow for employees to be able to sell FireEye. So I wonder if they're pushing it up so they can sell a little higher. Good. LK needs to sell off. I'm holding some YOLO puts on LK. Tomorrow, man, I can't go try to find that right now, but what's Crisp doing? Oh, downside on Crisp. I'm out half or the majority of FireEye here. Yes, I did. Alta 299 would be sweet. Get another run. I did all right on Alta, yeah. Yeah, Alta worked out well. So far, so good on PG. Yeah, Amba. Nice move here on the daily. 60-minute. This has to be currently 59 cents off the 52. Wow, way up here. Back in 2015. It is moving though. J-Bug, I only have one. I'm not too worried about it. If it breaks below that 200 right there, though, I'd dump it. But at this point, it may just, let's see, what's it at? 31 by 32. Yeah, it will likely expire worthless unless Apple gets a pop. ZM8992. Perhaps, or maybe tomorrow. Obviously, with the, drop here after hours pre-market, it is, you're looking at this pre-market area as potential support. I don't know what it's going to do. Right now it looks like downside, but we'll see. But at this point, like with that drop, and I mentioned this yesterday at the close, like overnight, unless Apple gaps up, those are going to take a hit, and they did. But I only have one. So at this point, it's worth $30. Me personally, in that scenario, I'm just going to hold it, and it'll either expire worthless or we'll get a pop. What is Lin? I don't know what Lin is. Lin? Lin? DPLC. Process Industries Chemicals Specialty. Reported earnings this morning and good numbers. I don't know what their guidance looked like, but their earnings and revs were a beat. Earnings beat by 2.72%. Revenue surprise, positive 1.91%. So it looks like they put out good numbers. Space 2409. Oh, what about, I don't know, Zillow, I don't think is until next week. Look at Zillow on the 1 minute, though, looking good. Yeah, 6 days till they report. I am expecting some good numbers out of them. Expect isn't the right word. Because that screws you when you expect something, because you get the opposite. But I would not be surprised to see them report good numbers. Look at this, though, breaking out potentially on this 1 hour. Keep an eye on this. 5178, if it can get up there, that'll be a good test for this range breakout. Worth keeping an eye on this one. ZM 9062. Nice to see them having a good day while Crisp dumps. And SPCE made turtle here. Yeah, I like Crisp, but damn ZM. If ZM gets above this 92, 96, call it 93. It could get fun. And resistance up to 95. All-time highs 107.34. Yep. I'm in Peloton, long, commons. I've got some 29 calls for this week. A little bit left. Some of those, like that one, sometimes I'll buy a bunch and get a little pop and sell most and just hold a little bit. Because when it decides to squeeze, shit's going to get real. But we do have that lockup period coming next month. Coming up on the 200 right here. But the number of institutions that have picked up Peloton in the last 2 months is ridiculous. What's up, Bobby? Doing well. I'm tired. It was a late night. So for those of you that may not know, with Ring doing well, part of what's going on with ZM, part of that could be RNG. The two are very tightly partnered. I've talked about this before, but essentially every Ring Central customer, their video conferencing platform is built on Zoom. Let's see. Jim says, thank you, Bender Green on GLD, AMD, and MU. Stopped that on Starbucks early. Awesome day. I need to give myself a little more room at Starbucks. Have confidence in where I think it's going. Yeah, sometimes you got to give it a little room, Jim, but good to hear. Good to hear. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do is go, yeah, I know what this thing is going to do, but it doesn't always do it fast enough. It sucks when something moves against you, but you're going, I know where this thing is going, but it moves against you, and you got to sometimes, without just being stubborn, right? That can be tough. How much of ZM's revenue comes from the... I don't know, Omar. I don't know. I don't know the details of how much they get paid on that deal. I just know because I worked for a Ring Central partner. And we sold and deployed Ring Central. Yeah, I've played Alta a bunch. This looks good here on the 15-minute. Wait for a pullback. You remember that pullback? This? Oof. Kind of got to be careful with Alta. That's one I like longer term, but the leaps on it are pretty expensive. And look, there's Z breaking out. Let's go Peloton. They're buying this week's. Yes. Getting some action here on Peloton. This week's 2850s and 29s, it sounds like. Yeah, this week's 29s. The March 20th $30 calls at 160. Ooh, I like that. Next week's 29. Look at all these sweeps coming in on Peloton. Unwillingly full. I like CMCSA. No, Jim. Not at my house. We did get some snow. We've had a lot of snow the last week and a half, but what we got last night was just a little bit. Well, yeah, the last 2 weeks it's been crazy. It's been a lot of snow, and it seems like just nonstop. The spreads on next week's 2950s are kind of crazy. And yeah, I don't like that. Right now, the spreads on all of them are a little ridiculous, to be honest. They said Peloton is flying. Whoa. Peloton now. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. Let's go Peloton. And Z did break out above that range. Come on, that's all we're going to get? I don't think so. We need more than that. Yeah, those contracts were going crazy. I mean, the spreads on them are crazy. Yeah, Peloton. Those shorts don't want to let this thing go because once it goes, really goes, it's gonna get crazy. Let's go take a look at Zillow. So they report next week. Damn, those are expensive. Probably gonna have to wait till ER. I've got some comments on Zillow, but there's a bounce on Crisp. BYND 112.57. Well, Peloton, that was exciting for a minute. Just got a repeater bullish on Microsoft. Go Microsoft. Remington. Well, that 180 put that I sold is pretty much worthless, which is good. That's what I wanted. Whiting Petroleum announces fourth quarter earnings release date. All right. This week's Zoom 89s. I'm going to put a stop in here. There's a 15-cent spread. We just got a repeater bullish on Apple. This week's 322.50s, it sounds like. Bobby, please, by all means. Yeah, I think that's probably going to. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'd be surprised if they sell it off. But we'll see. And LK moving right back up on a 13G filing. Somebody reported a sizable stake in them. Still doesn't negate the fact that Muddy Waters now twice has reaffirmed that they think they're full of shit on their numbers. Samson PDD is breaking out. Yeah, the China stocks. No, Unwillingful, I didn't. There's a pullback on Zoom. Let's see if my stop hit yet. Well, it should have triggered, but it did not. Doesn't look like it. No, it is not. Oh, because I based it on last and not on quote. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Oh, thanks, Unwillingful. Appreciate that info. Tesla right now bounced off the 34. See what she does right there. And these 89s on ZM those contracts are moving. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Come on, ZM. That's 91. Bobby, which are today's plays? The only thing I think I got into today that I added to the sheet was PG. ZM, I think I added yesterday. Might have been Tuesday. I can't remember. I think it was yesterday. Thank you. Thank you. I need a Kang. Thank you. I need to add that to the soundboard. So what was your opinion on FireEye with potential push up? So employees, I've got out the majority of it already. I don't really like FireEye. I was just following that flow, made a few bucks on it, but I don't want to babysit it. Need an intro with timer and outro screen raining money. Yeah, who knows how to make it? 2444 on SPCE. CMCSA 4616. Maxar just over 19. Omar says, look at INO. Piton picking up some upside volume again. What's INO? I don't know. A $4 bio. I don't know anything about him. Nice move here. But yeah, I don't know anything about these guys. Besides, let's see, they got an FDA nod to begin a coronavirus study. That was 2 days ago. 52-week high is $6. I'm not going to mess with it. Yeah, all I can tell you is on Apple, I'm just going to let it ride and see what happens. RVMD. Yes, it is. This isn't. Did they just IPO today? Yes. At 17 and it's at $30. Yeah. 59 million shares. Says they priced at 17 and now it's at $30. Be careful if you're chasing that. Yeah, it's an yep. Another one. I don't know anything about them. Pull back on Microsoft there on the 1 minute. I'm out of my BYND short. Another one I don't want to babysit, but it did well. Out of the Comcast 44s for this week. Not babysitting those anymore. They did well. Still have some March 20th 45s. And I might just close those out too. Yep, I'm out of those 45s. Patient FN, I agree. I like Cisco as a turnaround. I'm kind of letting this shake out. I think there's more exciting stocks out there right now, but if you're willing to hold it long enough, I think they'll be just fine. I like them. AbbVie's Skyrizi now listed on the Nova Scotia formulary for the treatment of moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Bobby, what's UFPI? I never had that one. Cisco is kind of an old horse, but man, they're that announcement about a month ago that they are producing their silicon to, which was the that was Cisco's kind of claim to fame for a long time, were their chips, and now they're producing them and they're going to sell them to like Facebook, who makes all their own stuff for their data center. I see some changes happening at Cisco that are very interesting. Yeah, I don't have Universal Forest products. I'm not in that. But yeah, I'm still holding pass. Nice bounce on Microsoft here off the 34. Yeah, I saw that. Patient FN. Can I crown you? That's a Twitch Prime. Was there Dark Pool and CRWD just now? $32 million. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. At 65.50. Yeah, talking about that big ass candle right there. $85 price target and a buy rating. Nice. It didn't alert. It won't necessarily alert. 326. Nice, J-Bog. Let's go look at this crowd chart. There's a pullback. Baird maintains or win on Cisco, raises price target to 55. Yeah, crowd is looking good. Fifteenth case corona. I don't want to die. Wear a mask. Peloton 28.95. Yes, I did know that. Patient FM. I was there not too long ago. Cisco now above the 200. All right. Pick up a couple comments here on Cisco. It's slow enough moving that I don't think you're going to get crushed in it. I don't post those types of plays because most people don't play comments here. But I'll take a shot at it. I need ticket. Positive 800. Yes, we do. Costco is selling bulk 1 dozen roses for $17. Thank you, Unwilling Full, for the heads up on that. So the March 13th, that's probably not going to hit. Never mind, I don't like that. Well, the March 13th Cisco 50s, which are going to be tough, are 24 cents. I think it's going to have a tough time getting there, but yeah, I'm just thinking I want something longer dated on Cisco. Let's go out to June. That's going to catch their next ER. What do we got? The 50s are $1.26. So I kind of like that. The only thing is that may be rocky for a while. Oh, you're looking at January 2021. Gotcha. Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, I don't know that you have to go that far. If you go out to June, you catch the next earnings. So they're going to maintain, as long as Cisco stays like over 45, they're going to maintain some value just because they catch ER. Tesla cranking. Look at those January 2021s. Yeah, you only pay another $1. I mean, they're not bad for $50 calls to January 2021. I don't think that's bad. No. Patient, obviously I paid attention to you. I just wasn't paying attention to the date that you had posted. Don't go get all huffy puffy on me. No, you should be able to hear me. Test, test. I see it pushing audio through the stream. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Patient FN. Sometimes you got to just go with it and hold on for dear life. Big pullback on Peloton. pull back on the futures a little bit to the 34 at the moment. Some more FireEye flow in those March 20th, 17 calls. J-Bug, I'm trying not to get all involved in all of that. But what I was reading last night, there's that whistleblower that's living in exile in the United States from China who swears that, and there's some reports. Now, again, I can't buy into all this stuff because I have no idea. But there were some reports about a scientist from Berkeley that was paid lots of money to apparently work on some sort of biotechnology project for China. Something about getting caught on a plane with 20 vials of it, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, if I went down every rabbit hole like that, I'd never sleep. I saw the Zero Hedge article before it got removed. But yeah, I try not to. Otherwise, I just get the way my brain works. Like, if I start digging into that, I'm going to be like, I got to figure this out. I got to get to the bottom of this. Morgan Stanley maintains a buy on Cisco with a $50 price target. Unwilling fold. Good point. Good point. Somebody posted last night that same whistleblower was saying that they had burned like over 50,000 bodies or something of coronavirus victims, like to hide it, and that there is an increase in sulfur, which would reinforce that theory or something. I don't know. Yeah. Looks like Sprint and T-Mobile are back at the negotiation table just as we thought. The deal is done, though trying to renegotiate terms as Sprint performance has worsened. Saw a headline there. Keep an eye on Cisco for the next few days. I know they dropped on earnings that weren't, amazing, but I've seen a couple price target increases and reiterations of, maintains a buy, price target $50 or $55, just worth keeping an eye on. I was just sharing that to Discord. So sometimes you got to hear it twice. Come on, Piton. All right, this is risky. And probably stupid. But I'm going to play some Peloton. Yeah, unwilling flow. I was talking about that last night. Like, until Marvel gets to 2850, then it might be time to short it, or back into, high 22s, maybe time to go long. But right now it's like in the middle, and I don't like where it's at. 25 to 28 has hurt a lot of people. go look at this FIVE. Kramer stopped promoting Marvel. Yeah, I heard him pumping Skyworks. I mean, he's been pumping that one, I think, for a while. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. ZM bouncing right off VWAP there. Testing the 34. I'm going to get out of this, I think, for now. The last of those 89s. And I don't think I put it in here. I sold some at 265. Which was posted in Discord. I'm watching what it's doing right here with the 34. So it is lunchtime, East Coast, so keep that in mind. Volume tends to drop off, slow down. You can get some funky moves. Yeah, I'm going to get out of this. It might take off, but I don't care. Just because I like that it bounced off VWAP right there. Could definitely see this curl up. and up through there. I do have some 95s that I will likely also get out of today. Those are out to next week, though. So I'm all out of these 89s. But I'm going to hold the 95s for a little bit here and see what happens. And I did buy that CRWD. Those are the March 13th 62s. More of a scalp trade. RVMD IPO settled down a lot, and it's trading around 29, down from highs at 32. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with it. If I was, sometimes I'll play those and just put a tight stop on it in case it takes off. You could capture some of that, but um 603. On Crowd or on Zoom? Because on the Zoom 95s, I got in at 106. I'm red on them. They're 95 by 105 right now. Guild getting a pop. Those are next week. So I'm just watching right here to see what this is going to do. If it's just going to keep going sideways here, I'll get out of them pretty quick. SPY about to make new all-time highs, says Samson. I'm okay with that. Looking like it. Well, let's see. All right, Bobby. Right on. Yeah, I'm not in MO anymore. Sold the last of those puts this morning. Those did okay. Peloton just needs to go to 30. Yeah, I saw that. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And Zillow Group did get over that. Man, it went to 5202. That 5178 that I was watching. It made it over that and then pulled back right at 52. They do have earnings next week. See what Tesla is going to do with the 34 here. Hell's calling for SPY 8000. He said there's no such thing as resistance. And until it gets to 8,000, don't worry about it. Apple Pops, nice. Raz, just tuned in. Have you seen INO discovered a vaccine? Yeah, I looked at it this morning. Supposedly mRNA had one. AbbVie was going to treat it with something else. Guild had something for it. I don't know. Probably a pump and dump, but I have no idea. I did look at it. Cone got a pop. $67.54. I don't know those low float bios, or will you where you can get your ass kicked. Cisco so far so good. I'm going to add that to the list here. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. Not sure how long I'll hold this thing, but yeah. No, I hear you, Unwilling Full. There's been a lot of talk on the REITs lately. What did Equinix? I haven't looked back at that one. Where are we at? 630. Holy cow. Yeah, those low float bios will hand you your ass if you're not careful. Especially on stuff like this, $1.92, 52-week low, 360 to 402. It's actually not, I mean, it's only 42 cents range on the day, which isn't as bad as some of them that I've seen, but yeah. They just make me nervous. Little pullback on the futures. Nothing crazy yet. Yeah, right. You certainly can. Happens all the time. Some Tesla 900s for this week at $1.50. 60K. Oh, and here's another one down here. 12K, 12K, 25K, 30K. Them Tesla people is crazy. But every time I think it's crazy, it does it. Beyond going down again. Damn it, I got out of my puts. I should have had more conviction. Yep, 111. Damn it, I got out. I mean, I made good gain on it, but I got out at like 113. Because it didn't look like it was going to continue. That thing has a mind of its own. It might as well be a bio. Quite a bit of volume and OI in the 110 puts, but man, that thing definitely has a mind of its own. Was there any more news or something? The only thing I saw was 20 minutes ago. BYND could be primed for another short squeeze. I don't see anything else. Yeah, if you get some kind of bounce or pop up there to VWAP, some sort of relief. I don't care who promotes their product. It's still overpriced. Not that that matters, but just saw some headline that said something about Iran hitting Israel. S&P says China could see negative sovereign rating action if there is a fiscal spending splurge to compensate for coronavirus impact to economy. And Tesla gets over 800. What's MGM up to? Didn't they have CEO step down a few days ago? I'm not sure. I do know that there was some pumping going on kind of all the Wynn and Caesars and MGM. They did report an earnings miss. And yes, 3 hours ago, MGM's longtime CEO Miranda's stepped down. Tender offer starts. And there's Tesla over 800. Absolutely insane. And those 900s are moving. How crazy is that? There's a BYND bounce up to the 34. Holy cow. It's just, this thing's just mind-boggling, right? Unwillingful, I appreciate you. Good looking out. Always looking out for me. Unwillingful says, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Always looking out for me. Is NIO doing anything interesting? Because it likes to move with Tesla. Yeah, 405. I mean, it's been getting that sympathy. Well, I can't afford Tesla, but I can afford NIO. It's been getting that kind of attention. Unwillingful, I appreciate it. Sometimes it does feel like that. When it's like, holy cow, how come, what was it, Monday, there was like, for a while, there was like 9 people. I'm like, but I know who those 9 are and I'm cool with it, so. I saw that, Omar. Yeah, they did. And they were asking employees to take restricted shares instead of a paycheck. I was trying to figure out, like, okay, where's this move likely to stall on Tesla? You can see this up here around 820 on the 60-minute chart, that wick right there, which is also kind of near the body of this candle after that gap down. Gets into this gap, and it might get crazy again. I mean, look at this move right here, right? $25 move. Come on, Peloton, get over 29. Come on. Yeah, this will be a tricky area right in here, I think. That'll be telling. Let's see. Problem is you need to stop sharing to all platforms. It lowers the quality. It does, huh? Well, maybe what I need to do is start what I talked about, like, and put out a schedule where 2 days a week are on YouTube, and 3 days a week are on Twitch instead of bouncing between them. But why would that lower the quality? I mean, it goes through Restream. It's not like I'm sending out, multiple streams. All right, Unwillingful, thanks for that info. Hell, maybe next week I'll just focus on YouTube. And I'll just kind of go back and forth. Feel ignored. Yeah, hopefully they don't take it that personal. I don't know that Twitch needs my content. But at least Twitch pays and YouTube doesn't. Until you get to like 1,000 subscribers or something. And I'm nowhere close to that. But maybe focusing on YouTube for a little while will get those numbers up. Now we're getting a little pullback here on the futures off the upper Bollinger Band. And right through the 21 EMA. See if we get another bounce. Looking at level 2 or tape, the bid and ask to determine when to enter and exit my position by how the buyers and sellers stack up and fight over price. For sure. And especially when I'm trading commons, absolutely I do that. If I'm scalping commons on something. Look at that. All the way up to 817 and now a $10 drop to 807. Talk about volatility. And I got futures right at the 34. You used Restream for a long time, and even though I had all the alerts set up and even had an interactive bot that worked for every platform, my viewers felt like the attention was primarily on Twitch. Yeah, Unwilling Fool, that would be great. Definitely appreciate the help. Something about Tesla winning some contract for a fleet of vehicles in Taiwan. Something about military police electric cars. Interesting. You got the most view. Well, is that because like people are just scrolling through Twitter and it like counts as a view? I think that may be. eBay Vanguard Group 13G shows 13% stake in eBay. Just saw a headline on that. All right, Peloton. We're back over 29. Can we stay there? Yeah, but then I have to see all their crap in my feed. I don't follow a ton of people on Twitter because I don't want to see all that stuff. I haven't checked Twitter to see where I'm at in a few days. I still haven't been in Instagram. Nice little pop on ZM. Future's still pulling back a little bit. Now near the lower Bollinger Band. See if we get a bounce off that. Everyone who is selling Beyond Meat right now is psycho. Why? Why are they psycho? If I was in it after this drop, I'd be selling into that strength. Yeah, I post to Instagram through Buffer, but I'm not actively like managing Instagram. Zillow going back up towards that cross back over that 5187. Knee high a day, 273.39. Cost high a day, 316. LK 39. She's making a run. Smile Direct Club SDC high a day. And it looks like for now, futures bounce right off that lower Bollinger Band. See if we can get back through the 21. See if we're going to get momentum back to the upside or not. Okay. Thanks, Unwilling Fool. see if we're going to get one more push here. And sorry, I'm being a little quiet at the moment. I'm in Tesla. I may be getting out right here. I don't really want to let this thing go back to the 34. Yeah, well, I played it off the 34. And I really don't want to let it go back and test the 34 again. So it wasn't a, overnight YOLO on earnings or anything like that. I was just playing it off this 34 bounce. Nice. Congratulations on Starbucks. And if Tesla, I'm in weeklies. So if this pulls back, those contracts are going to take a hit for sure. All right. I'm out. Yes. Perfect timing. Now it may test the 34 and go back up. $294 to $850. 188%. And just like that, so I sold. It's actually not taking that big of a hit. It's not too bad. But it's down about 80 cents from where I just sold it. See, okay, I may have played with my account too much. It's saying pattern day trade. Oh, yeah. That means you don't have 25,000 in your account, and you are making more than 3 trades in a day, you'll get slapped with pattern day trade violation. Most of the time, if you call your broker and say, I'm sorry, I didn't know, they'll explain it to you. They'll clear it. If you do it again, you can get slapped with like a 90-day restriction. Jade Tech. It's just crazy. That's what's up with it. Yeah, you gotta wait. Bernie, you gotta wait for those funds to settle before you can trade them again. Just call them and they'll explain it to you. And tell them you're sorry and it won't happen again. And then if it happens again, you just go create a new account. And don't ever get stuck in a trade and not sell because you're going to get hit with PDT violation. We get that all the time where people are like, oh, I couldn't sell because I already made too many trades. No, you can still sell. You might get the violation, but don't let that keep you in a trade. Yeah, MCK hitting that high a day ticker. And they were pumped yesterday as well on CNBC. That, and I haven't looked at it today, but AVY, they were pumping as well. Z, over 52. Let's see if it can hold. Bernie, usually, J-Bug, leave the dude alone. Usually they will let you, they will like give you a warning. Come on, ZM. Unwilling Full Stitch Fix has been doing well for people. Little pop coming in on Guild. Well, apparently it didn't like that news. For whatever reason, Stitch Fix. $184.58. Yeah, Microsoft struggling up here. Decent sized drop on the futures at the moment. Yeah, Microsoft will be fine. I don't know how fine it's going to be way up here, if it's going to, potentially pull back. I did trade Tesla, but like I said, I traded it off that 34. So it wasn't just a blind YOLO. Which is what congratulations to all those people that did YOLO their ER and made a ton of money, but there was a lot of luck involved in that. Above the bounce off the continual bounce here off the 34 is what I traded off of. I mean, you can see that it has stayed above the 34 all day. So my trade was playing off that 34. Had the 34 given up and it started seeing, I would have been out. No, yeah, exactly. When it came back down to the 34. Yep. Yeti blows your mind. JTech, say it all the time, but that's why I don't really play earnings, is because they can say exactly what you want them to say, and the stock can still drop. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And it sucks. Like 2 ERs ago for Microsoft, they blew out the numbers. They were in the 140s and dropped all the way down to like 132 after crushing it. And that's what the market does, defies logic. All day. All day, every day, defies logic. We're getting a bounce on futures. See if it can continue or if we're just going to get another sell-off here. What's the tick doing? Nothing crazy. High tick 747, low tick 576. Not bad. Sweet. Well, I see knee hitting that. Obviously hit that high day ticker. I know that's your baby. So now Tesla giving up the 34 here. Oh, what is going on? That is a decent sized drop on Tesla. Yeah, that was a decent sized drop. $7.98, and that's what Tesla can do to you. You gotta be careful with that one. Marathon Petroleum, $65 calls at the ask. A lot of flow in those. So it seems. Not in. Actually, yeah, I am. No, I don't know anything about the SpaceX IPO. Z. Yeah, I've got a $52 call position February 21st. Something about Shanghai stopping cars from coming into the city due to coronavirus. Yeah, I've seen cost 317.30 hitting this high day ticker, pounding it. And here's Zillow Group, ZG. I'm in Z. They're both Zillow Group. I don't know what the difference is in the. Must be a different class of shares. I'm not really sure. Three-month and puts betting on beer virus fucking production. Huh? Tesla continuing to drop here. It's a decent sized drop. What is that? 788.34 is the 618. See if it finds support right there. JBug, it's not the only strategy, but it's definitely a big part of my strategy. And JBug, a lot of times I'll give it a candle or two. It depends on, what my thesis is as to the direction and why and that sort of thing. You can trade. There's a lot of people that trade on these EMA crosses. It crosses up, you get in, you stay in until it crosses down. A lot of people that trade that way. I wouldn't trade just off that, but a lot of people that scalp off that strategy. Now, I think it holds a lot more weight when you're looking at a longer term chart. Do I ever think there's? Sure. It's possible. Rocket attack hits North Iraq base hosting U.S. troops. JBug, you're short on MGM. And I don't know. Right now I'm in Tesla puts, but so I got to kind of watch this and see what happens. That's exactly right. Unwilling Fool, that's exactly right. You got to take profit along the way. I don't know how else you're going to grow an account if you don't take any profit. If you're waiting for everything to go to 1,000%, you're going to get wrecked. We may get another drop here. Futures are looking weak. We're at an area of potential support on the 1 minute, but All right. Well, I mean, J-Bug, you see what I'm looking at. So it just depends on the ticker and how it's moving and that sort of thing. On Tesla here, I jumped in, based on the 1 minute, that 21 had not crossed the 34 all day. So now I'm watching this 794, 60-ish right here. Now it's above the 21. And that may be all the effort that the shorts put into this, or the sellers put into this. We'll see. That may have just been taking out some stop losses too. Running those stops. Those calls from yesterday at the last minute. No, we were looking at it. All right. I got to grab something to eat real quick. I'm going to do it a little earlier today. Make sure that I'm back when East Coast lunch is they're trickling back in, so I want to grab a quick bite to eat so I can get back. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. I'm not going to turn my video on until I'm done eating lunch, but I am back. What did I miss? Yeah, correct. The green ones are plays from today. All right, Unwilling Fuller, you're going to go Splunk 195, huh? And somebody asked about if I was in Zillow. I'll throw that on here, but that was not from today. Keep in mind that they do report next week. Interesting remark or comment. But hey, if that's what you're into, go for it. Who am I to judge? Yeah, Vazu, Tesla's crazy. For anybody joining, I am here. Just eating lunch real quick. Bazoo, nah, I'm not YOLOing those. The only one I might consider holding would be Zillow, and I probably won't. And that's next week. Bubba Buckets, what do you want my opinion on about Baba? What about it? The chart, the ticker, the company. Long-term outlook. I don't know enough about them to really have a long-term. I think it's good. Obviously, everything going on in the media, has me a little concerned. I want to wait until all the dust settles before, going long on China names, but I think Ulta looks good. I can, without even looking at it. Yep. I mean, it's got some room to go to fill this gap up to like 320. What makes Ulta a little bit difficult is you get those drops like we got yesterday. From that was what 297. That wasn't yesterday. Where was the drop yesterday? That's a 2-hour chart. This is a healthy pullback. There's nothing wrong with it, but you got to look out for that stuff. It's kind of been back and forth through the 21 and the 34 here. You do have this cross up looking like it is about to take place. If you wanted to play it, I'd play it pretty tight until you get a little breathing room. Sweet. Well, like I said, I'm not going long on China names until the dust settles, but I don't follow them close enough to buy it at $200 a share. Most of what I trade, I either already know about or I'm strictly trading like chart or news or something. So what got you in it? Why did you buy Baba? That would be my first question. What was your reasoning for it? Microsoft 185.20. No, I'm just saying, I don't know why you bought it, what got you in, but does it still hold true? Is your reason for getting in still correct? Or is it still playing out the way that you thought it would? And if your answer is, I don't know, then I'd go back to the drawing board and figure out why you got in it and what has to happen for you to get out. How do you know when it's appropriate to get out? It's down $3 today. You can see this ER drop bounced right here off the 89 EMA. If you look at a 1 hour chart, that's the 21 right there. So I don't know what your trade plan looked like for this. Right now you got a trend line that looks something like that since the end of January. So for a couple weeks. It needs to break above, you know, in the short term, this 224.44 area would have to break, or you may just bounce back and forth. Depending on how long you're willing to hold, I'd be watching this trend line, because once that trend line gives, you know, then you could see a deeper pullback. And this is probably pretty close. No. Kind of moves in parallels like that. Got the 786 extension at 216.54. Are you willing to let it go that far? You may have to let it go if you want to stay in it. You probably got to at least let it test that trend line. That's what I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't follow BABA close enough to know what their financials look like and what they're doing and all of that stuff. But I would say that those are kind of speculative unless you really have dug in. I like, for longer term holds, something safer, in my opinion, like a GBX, which is a railroad stock with 4% dividend. It's not going to rip your face off. It could pull back a couple bucks. I think Zillow probably will do well for earnings, but I wouldn't, necessarily be deep in it. But most people, anytime you say, oh, hey, I want to see what houses are for sale in this neighborhood, where do you go? Most people open Zillow. And I think the last 2 years, I feel like they've just gotten to become that standard. I'll go check Zillow. So for that, for longer term plays that I don't really want to have to babysit, I don't look at the Babas, but that's me. God, Microsoft over 185. See if we can keep going. ZM creeping up. I like CrowdStrike. I've been talking about MDP for a while. This is Meredith, conglomerate that owns like every magazine you see in the grocery store. Currently in a long, difficult, painful process of converting everything from or making that transition from print to digital. They're making steps in the right direction. They've raised their dividend 27 straight quarters. And has been around since 1968. Not likely to go anywhere, and I think they're in a really good transition phase and at an area that I would look for long-term support in here down to about 20, maybe down here down to 2770. But I think they're making the right moves to turn the ship around. But these are monthly candles right here. This thing is not going to rip your face off. You're not going to wake up one morning and it's going to be $20 or $15 or anything like that. I like that kind of stuff for longer term plays. Okay. My risky longer term plays. I'm in Piton. I sold out a ZM. I do have a little CrowdStrike. I consider those to be a little riskier, a little more volatile. Sure, Rob. We can look at CMCSA. CMCSA too. I was already in it. I'm still in it. I had 44s, but I got out of those, and I am holding. I have some commons on CMCSA. I also have. Maybe they stopped out or something. Let me see. Looking. I take it back. I was in some 45s too, but I had just set a stop on those and walked away from them, so it must have triggered. Let's go look at the flow. Yeah, so you had all these call sweeps at or above the ask. Same strike, 46.50 strike this week, and the price moving up in the right direction. This is good flow. Not huge size, but it's good flow. This is a bullish bet. 11K, 11K, well, 12K, 11K, 35, 13, 12.5. All moving in the right direction as the spot price moved up. The contract price was moving up. It looks good. There's also a total of about 22 million in dark pool transactions that occurred this morning. 46.06 and 46.13. Yes, sort of sometimes. I mean, I was talking about this last night in Black Box After Dark. And the fact that I don't necessarily look at the Greeks. But I'm doing the same sort of math in my head that people look at the Greeks for, if that makes sense. So, I can look at the move of a stock and look at the price of a strike and expiration, and you can quickly kind of do the math on whether or not those are juiced, those contracts are juiced. Like, how much are you paying in premium? And does it seem like it makes sense? If Microsoft rallying. So is ZM getting a little pop here, and Cisco rallying as well. 47.40. So I don't necessarily look at the numbers. Sometimes I do. Like if I'm looking for something longer dated and I want to buy like a 60 Delta, I'll look at the Greeks. I'll look at the IV. But for the most part, I just kind of do the math in my head. Huge sell wall at 186.50 on Microsoft. Oh, you don't know. You're assuming? Let's see what we see. Why is that not pulling up? Looks like Peloton dropping a little bit. Let's see. At the moment, I don't even see. I'll have to wait till it gets back up there. Great trader. Piton. We're at the time of the year where all these 13Gs and 13Fs are coming out. And so you'll see some moves based on what the big investors, the hedge funds, when they release those forms saying, oh, we own 13% stake in Peloton. You get some action off that. I think that was part of the deal this morning. There were a couple that came out. I think the institutional ownership on Peloton is it's over 90%. It's like 93%. And like, there's like a 70%, or there was like 70% short on the float. So the Comcast share, but why didn't it continue? I don't have the answer to that. I wasn't really watching it today. All right, ZM 9110. I think the partnership makes sense for sure. I was calling pass with streaming bundle. You're talking about, I don't know which partnership you're talking about, but there were a couple I think that were talked about. One with Samsung. Comcast and Piton. I don't know if I saw that. Oh, yeah, we did. Where do I click to hear the sound in the black box room? You click on the BBS voice channel. Click on BBS voice. Thoughts on Space? Space is it might as well be called spec. It's a spec play. Do you think that they are going to revolutionize space tourism? Space is the Tesla of space right now. I mean, the profit margin, the profit model looks good, but do they actually get there and execute with Branson? Maybe. Yeah, it's a YOLO. I own a little bit. I'll own a little bit for a while. Just because it's cool. It's fun. It's exciting. But I'm not going to go dump my account into it. If it goes to $10, I'll still hold it. If it goes to 10 WSB on Suicide Watch, well, nothing would surprise me. And that's the thing, like, when I think about it, that's kind of how I think about it, is like, I just don't want to be surprised. So if I'm okay with, all right, if it goes to $10, screw it. I'll probably buy some more. And it can't hurt me. So I'll own a little bit, knowing that anything could happen with it. But whatever happens, it's like, yeah, no big deal. That's not why I bought it. I bought it just because I wanted to own some. Another Kang joke. What brand of cereal is the strongest? Mini wheats, because they're shredded. We get those fun little jokes throughout the day. All right, this looks like Tesla tried to get up there and failed. FireEye action. I'm just kind of checking through some positions here. There you go. That was the news. FEYE. News on potential buyout by Cisco. So that is the reason, potentially, for all of the excitement around FireEye. So that's actually pretty exciting. Nobody knows what the price is yet. It is unconfirmed at the moment. So, and we don't have a price. So keep that in mind. It's running, but we don't know what they're paying for it. But we did see all that flow this morning. And those contracts, I bet, just popped. Quick buy FireEye Commons. Again, right now it's unconfirmed. It's chatter. We don't know what they're paying for it. We don't know if there's a number that's been thrown out. So keep that in mind. How many of these have we seen where they pop like this and then the company comes out? I'm not saying this is the case, right? I think it would be good for Cisco to pick them up. But how many times do we see this? And then, shortly thereafter, there's an update posted that it says something like, "Oh, we're debunking that rumor. We're not going to sell." No idea what happens. Here's some more 17 calls. Those are out to March 20th for 90 cents. Some Mondelez $60 calls for March 20th. Some sweeps coming in there. CMG is over 900, 914. Damn. I want to see, let's look at this real quick and see if there's been what the dark pool looks like on FireEye for the last week or so. The largest print on the 7th, $20 million worth at $15. Isn't that interesting? Definitely interesting. And that flow this morning, just crazy. $256, FireEye 214, 1850 calls, 256. My March 20th, what? No, my March 20th, 17 calls are $1. That doesn't make any sense. The 1750s I'm showing for a quarter. So what are you talking about? Oh, maybe that was somebody that was just, holding one, hoping to, get a buyer that places a market order. Yeah. I mean, you've got that on the 19 right now because the 1850 call, 42 cents. The 19 is $1. Oh, and the 2050, $2.52 is what somebody wants for that. So I got great trader, picked up a couple commons, and I already had those 17s out to March and picked up a couple 1650s for today. Just FOMO play. Cisco bought at 46.73, thinking about holding for longer. Yeah, so your best bet is probably to put in, like, either put in a stop or a trailing stop and write it up as long as you can. Whoa, ZM pop 91.71. Oh, there you go, Omar. Yeah, I mean, we have no idea what it's going to do. Total speculation. Like I said, we don't know what it's going to be priced at or anything else. Yeah, I mean, if you think Cisco is going to go higher, throw a stop in there wherever you feel comfortable. I don't know what you got in at. Throw a stop in there and push your stops up as the stock moves up. How bad do I think tomorrow is going to be? For what? You got to be more specific. I think this is good for Cisco, given that, you know, the analysts are saying that they need to make a acquisition in the cybersecurity space, and that's exactly what they're doing. I think it's smart of them. Something about Microsoft, some bad news as it relates to the Jedi contract? No idea. Yeah. The courts are temporarily suspending work on the Jedi contract as it relates to the Jedi contract. Good. Give us a dip. I mean, that would be a buy the dip scenario for me. If we get a big enough dip. Yes, it is. Yeah, I think it's probably temporary. And keep in mind that it's not that much revenue, like in the grand scheme of things. It's just not. It's like 10 billion over 10 years. It's not a huge thing for them, and I think it's temporary. And all it was is that they granted the request to temporarily halt work on the Jedi contract. But I don't think it impacts them that much. Yeah. Look at it turn right around. Now it could continue. It could continue down short term. Let's see what happens. But hopefully, most people are realize that. Yeah, it's 10 billion over 10 years. Not a big deal. And they're just kind of delaying the inevitable, aren't they? Yeah, right. And that's what you get with this little sell off. Good. Give us a dip on Microsoft so we could buy some. That's such garbage. It's a temporary halt. Good luck, Amazon. And it's 10 billion over 10 years. So it represents a pretty small number for them. Just my thought. Just my thought. Just my thought. Go ahead. Let it dip. Then I can get back in. I sold my comments at 187. I'm looking for a re-entry. Because they're delaying the inevitable for a short period of time. Oh, sure. Sure. But yeah, I think it's a speed bump. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Like, give us a dip. Just tell me when the coast is clear and we can go back in. But I'll wait until you don't want to try to catch the falling knife, right? That's never a good strategy. Likely to see some support down here around 182.50 if it gets there. 3.6, 200. If they can push it that low. Come on, keep coming. Keep coming. Wonder if I have to go up higher. Let's see. 182.80. Keep coming. Keep coming. 183 is where you're going back in. I might nibble there. I'd like to get it a little lower. And right back up we go. I mean, the 185s are still $1. They really didn't take much of a hit yet. This week. There's a pullback on FireEye. Yeah, I was looking at the 214 185s. $1 by $1.03. It's weird. Those contracts aren't moving at all. Yeah, now I'm showing 94 by $1. Are they all going balls deep in Amazon now? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Right on. What do you trade? Yeah, they're the premium coming out of those a little bit for sure. Let's see what happens. I want to see 102.80s. A lot of volume in Microsoft. Raz, yeah, we've been talking about it for 15 minutes. If 102.80, if it gives that up, or sorry, 180 if it gives that up, then you're looking at 180 right in here would be the next area, like 178 to 180. If it gives this up, that's what I would be looking at. Now, the other thing we can do here is draw some fibs in, because a lot of times on these moves, that's where you'll see the reaction. 618 extension 179.06, which is right here where it sat on the way up. I sure am. Sure. As long as you're not sniffling in my ear. Oh, nice, J-Tech. Oh, sorry. Thought I was on mute. Nice, J-Tech. I talk about it quite a bit, but my first set of trades were really green, and I was playing on house money, and I gave it all back. Don't do that. I got cocky. Potentially 182.30s. God, ZM up, down. Maybe. Tesla over 111 or 811 could get interesting. I'd like to see if we can find any detail on FireEye on that deal. Yeah, Bobby, the only thing I've been watching it. Kind of extended here. What are you talking about? It's at the bottom of a daily channel. I see your chart. Maybe I just need to extend it because sometimes, you know, when the candles are squished together, it's hard to see. This would have been nice right here off the 200. You are getting a breakout in there. And if TGT continues to rally, I would like Piton to go up too. I am with you on that one. Tesla moving up on volume. They can. Yeah, Fridays can be crazy. I like Fridays because you can get, you know, some of these tickers that the premiums are just insane. They'll still be a little crazy in the morning, but towards the afternoon, it can get fun. Somebody give you something to buy. Spy. What's Pepsi at? They got some price target upgrade. 146.77 hitting the high day ticker. And I saw a price target upgrade on them to 160. And ZM turning right around. Microsoft back over the 21 and at the 34. I know. Samson, rumors that Cisco is buying them. But I have not heard anything on the numbers. What they're paying. Nothing. Yep, no problem. I'd love some more information on it. And some confirmation. So we've got a rejection there off the 34. Small rejection, but go Peloton. Someone needs to pedal their ass off and get that thing climbing. Also saw a price target upgrade on PEP to 160. Nice pop on Cisco. I mean, just know, JTech, in my opinion, if you do that, it's a gamble. That's more of a lotto play. The way that it's been moving, we've seen this back and forth chop a few times for sure out of them. Someone saying the FireEye article that it seems there's another company that's also interested in buying them. The same source suggests that there is another company interested in FireEye, smaller than Cisco, but that they are barely able to buy from FireEye because their competition has greater financial muscle. Cisco will take it with almost certainty. So a little bit of a bidding war, potentially. Well, it looks like, so this right here, you got a cup here on the 1 minute on Microsoft. Cup and handle on the 1 minute. Yeti Holdings shares are trading lower after the company reports, and then it went away, but it sounds like not great results. Now it's getting a pop here. Come on, get through that 34. And then we'll go right back up. What the heck? I don't know. Was there something in their guidance? Or maybe the beat was priced in. I honestly don't know. Maybe the numbers just weren't as good as what people were hoping. That's why, that's why we say like earnings are tough, because they can say everything you want them to say and it can still go down. Another drop on Tesla. You can kind of see a trend line here happening. And it's kind of broken that uptrend. Now at the 34. And they're trying to push it down. Not with a lot of success so far. There's a little pop on Microsoft. Moving right back up. See it clear that resistance and just take back everything it just lost. Yeah, their dividend is, they go ex-dividend February 19th. So keep that in mind. The nice thing is on that drop, I was able to cover that 180 put that I had sold. I covered it for a dime. Cohen and Company raises price target for outperform rated Cisco to $60 from 59. A whole dollar. They upped it. All right, I picked up Picked up some Microsoft just scalp play. Yeah. Evercore just came out. Evercore raises Microsoft's price target to $212. So how about them apples? Microsoft, Omar, to 212. Yeah, no problem. Bernie, they never give a date. You never know with price targets. They could mean a year out. They could mean next week. They don't tell you that. Jeffrey's price target upgrade on Cisco to 54. Maintains a buy rating. Yeah, you either focus on swing trading. Yeah, you're in college, focus on swing trading. That is the place to start. And there's that 2134 cross coming up to VWAP. This thing gets over VWAP. It's going right back to 185. Baird raises price target for Cisco. 55 from 52. Maintains outperform. Got about an hour left. I do want to go take a look at Roku. Roku is at 140. Jeez. Yeah, those are juiced. So they're pricing in about a $21 move. $20 move for Roku on ER. That's crazy. I mean, there you go. Cisco denying. What did I just say? Right? Cisco is denying the rumor. I'm all out of FireEye. Somebody's buying them. I mean, it's on. I think there's some validity to an offer, but it's not Cisco. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, Apple really needs to get above about 326.20. Uh-oh. We're getting some drop on the futures. Get some volume coming into this move too. Look at this candle on UVXY, this spike. So big drop on SPY. That was a nasty candle. There was a headline on Fed cuts size of overnight repo operations, plans smaller term operations. Sounds like could have something to do with this drop that we're seeing. Yeah, hence some of these drops that we're seeing. as the futures drop. So watch your longs. This is the stuff I don't like. It's annoying. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Because now it's like, we got to see, is this another buy the dip scenario? We'll find out shortly. I'm in Ford. I don't know, young God. I don't know. I don't know what NVIDIA is going to do. If I had to like guess, like take a wild ass guess, I think they'll do well, but it's nothing more than a wild ass guess. All right, and those next week Zoom 95s, I'm going to take my 16% on those just because I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm not going to leave those on the table. I'm going to stop watching this for a minute. Go back to Peloton. See what we got going on here. Look at that rejection right off VWAP on Microsoft. Well, Omar, I don't know if it's any better if they do it after hours because then all the any move happens in the futures. And then you wake up to a gap. Yeah. It seems like when you're watching something, like, it's crazy how often that will be the case. You're like, all right, we're at VWAP. Let's push through VWAP. What? Headline? What the hell? And it has nothing to do with the company, but it just seems crazy. Well, that's true, Omar. If you're 100% cash, you got nothing to worry about. All right, Peloton. What are we going to do? The last time we crossed, we just got this little, and then... So let's see what we do from here. No, Bobby, I've been in it. I don't like what I'm seeing here in the futures. We may have another dip coming. Very possible. $500 million to the buy side on the MOC. Yeah, another drop across the board. I'm out of that Microsoft for now. That was a weekly. Longer term, no concerns. Shorter term, I have no idea what this market's going to do. But I'm seeing what looks like a little bit of weakness, continued weakness here. Now, if that was longer dated, I wouldn't worry about it, but it had to do with the Fed, J-Bug. Do you use any sort of volume indicators? I mean, just having the volume bars down here is good. And in TradingView, you can add a volume MA, which is nice. I like to do this as an area. Something like that. And it shows you where the above average volume's at. There's also something called VPVR, which is I like this one. This volume profile. What is this one? This is new. Session volume HD. I don't know what that is. Never seen it. I don't know why that's still there. But it shows you up volume versus down volume, where the gaps in volume are. This is where the majority of the volume exists. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like it. It separates the value area here on the right-hand side, which is kind of cool. Not going to lie. Yeah, that's a pretty cool indicator. I like it. Unwillingful, what's up? Yeah, let's see, huh? This Fed thing is interesting. Well, ideally, what you want to determine or try to deduce is if the higher volume moves are up or down. Like if you're getting these consistent big volume moves up and then small volume down and then big volume up, that's what you want to know. Or are you getting, is there more volume on the moves down or more volume on the moves up? And where are the levels where the volume tends to occur? BA's dumping, AbbVie's dumping. Piton is dumping, if you want to call it dumping. Cisco getting a pop. And yeah, BA just kind of drifting off here, bleeding out. 342 could be interesting. But you can see some support in here potentially around the 340, 341 area. The shitty stock rotation. Not surprising to see AbbVie pull back after that run after ER. They were supposed to take it to 100 first, but apparently they didn't get my phone call. God, I don't know, Mr. Heisenberg. Unwillingful, yes. I think it's probably temporary. I mean, Microsoft has started work and what they're going to turn it. Yeah, nah. No, I don't think it's happening either. Yeah, they're trying to depose him. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with it. You're going to YOLO NVIDIA ER? I'm not. I agree. I think long Microsoft is fine as long as you've got a long holding period, because I wouldn't be surprised at some point to see a pullback into the 170s, but I agree. I hear you, J-Tech. Well, why don't you look? Unwillingful, I don't remember the company. Well, then I can't help you. And Microsoft did release a statement that says that they're disappointed, but ultimately believe that they will be able to move forward and continue the work. Does TradingView have an option for volume weighted price candles? Volume weighted price candles. I don't know. I don't know if you've looked through some of the indicators that are in here. I don't know. I don't know. The cloud here, this cloud signal indicator potentially going green. On Microsoft. Unwillingful, yeah, that's my understanding. Damn it. Cisco hitting the high day ticker. Another drop on the futures. No, I was saying damn it to J-Bug. Another drop on futures. So I don't play very often. I don't play SPY contracts because I can play futures. They certainly can. Now we're getting a little bounce. Yeah, I mean, J-Bug, like the stuff that I buy for a long-term portfolio, it's exactly that. It goes up and down, and there's a mix of stuff in there that they offset, and when something does run really hard, then I don't know. You know, if there is going to be a day that you catch a 500%er, it would be tomorrow. Like, typically on Fridays. For me. Another rejection on the futures. Cisco not giving a shit at the moment. Avaya, AVYA, high a day. But look at the low a day ticker just going crazy. Still, Peloton still, I mean, it's just over the 34. Really need to get that cross, the 21 through the 34, to really get, moving in the right direction. "22 minutes left. We may not see much else." But I'll tell you that tomorrow I will be looking at Cisco. Depending on what the market does. Overnight and at the open. When does ANET report? Is that today after the close? What are they pricing in? It's at 238. About a $23 move. They're pricing in. What does stocks earning say? Damn it, just leave me logged in. Yeah, they're pricing in quite a bit, so nah. I mean it's at 238. I don't really have a strike. I mean, if anything, and I don't even think I could do it. The 210s are 240. And obviously their last ER. No, it wasn't the last. Yeah. I'm not doing anything with this. It was this move. No, where was that? Right here. It was this move. But I think there's probably already some expectation of some not great. I don't know. If anything, just buy the 200, 80 cents by $1. Because we did see the last time it go to 187. Yeah, I'm looking at weeklies. But it would be a total YOLO. And now, unless something has changed, because their last ER was in here, which they did good. And it's climbed since then. But I have no idea. They lowered guidance last, well, then they should be able to beat it. What broker do you use? So I have accounts at primarily I trade out of E-Trade. I have E-Trade, Fidelity, and TradeStation, and they have got major contracts off of Juniper. Okay, I'm not gonna play it. Piton 2883. Come on, Piton. We got 13 minutes. I like E-Trade and Black Box. We have a really good deal with E-Trade. 35 cents a contract. Which is pretty darn good. No, unwilling full. It was ER before last. Here we go. Come on. I was looking at the chart and I see this from October. 31 October. Oh, that was the drop. Okay. Yeah. You're right. And I remember the drop. I mean, I kind of played it back up, but I'm not playing this. I have no idea what it's going to do. I mean, it's made all that up since the drop. Look at that. ER drop. ER drop. ER drop. It drops every damn time. 1, 2, 3. Like, they've been on a slew of earnings drops, but yeah, when it drops, another buy the dip scenario. I don't mind that. The 190s for, spending $3 or $35 on those contracts. I don't mind that. $52-week high, 331. Buy a 290 call and a 190 put. And maybe lose on both of them. $1 billion to the buy side on the MOC. $1 billion. Big number. Come on, Peloton. I want to swing a Tesla put, but I want to swing a Tesla call, so I'm not going to swing a Tesla anything. I think Cisco, I mean, all the price targets that I've seen on Cisco, all the updated price targets are over $50. Maintained as a buy. I said this earlier. I think regardless of what happens in the short term, I still like Cisco. I think they're going to be just fine. I think they get misunderstood a lot. But I still like them. It's a big drop on Piton. What do we got? 4 minutes. All right. 3 minutes. God, Redfin, RDFN over 30. Got out of that too soon. Yeah, I wish they weren't. I wish the premiums weren't so crazy on Roku. Where's that? 138. I don't know. It's Roku. It's a damn cult stock. So let's get our after hours charts up. I'm going to want to watch Tesla. Definitely Roku. NVIDIA. We are closed. And ANET. So I'm going to pipe in the audio from Discord and we'll go through the earnings. For anybody that's interested, we'll go through all the ERs.
Tell me what day it is. Can you tell everybody what day it is?
I think I know. It's Q&A Thursday.
Yes. Yes. That was awesome. Thank you, Jordan.
I think I made your day.
Oh, I
You
agree,
did.
Unwilling
You make
Fool.
my
I
day
can't.
every time I get to talk to
You and I have talked
sweetheart.
about this.
You're
For this
just the best.
For this other dude on here, it's okay Boomer Day.
Not another. They come in here every day.
Okay, Boomer.
I'm already famous, fool.
Ah.
In my own mind.
Oh my goodness. Happy Valentine's Day, sweetie.
All right.
Alrighty, Maria, you've
Let's
got
see
the
what
floor
happens.
for these ERs.
So we've got Roku, Expedia, and DXCM at 4, and then we've got like 7 more at 4:05. So bear with me, y'all. Pins took a drop on Facebook headlines, but I don't know what the headline is. Let me check. All right.
Whoa, pins.
Yeah, I don't know what the headline is.
I got the headline wherever my Discord is.
Facebook releases Pinterest-like app according to the information. They've quietly released a Pinterest-like app for saving and sharing photos of activities like cooking and home improvement projects. The app is called Hobby and is meant to help you document and remember the things you love to do.
Facebook released a competitive app
Interesting.
to pins.
Why they gotta be copycats? I'm just kidding.
Ooh, I knew Roku was going to fucking take a hit. Bye-bye, Roku. And NVIDIA, downside at the moment. Try not to be biased.
DXCM reports Q4 EPS $1.15. The consensus was 74 cents. Q4
Whoa.
revenue 462.8 million. The consensus was 442.38 million. So nice beat.
Nice beat on DXCM.
Roku had an initial drop and then it popped.
What are the results on Roku?
DXCM affirms full year 20 revenue view of 1.725 to 1.775 billion. The consensus was 1.77 billion.
Are there numbers out yet? Or is this just shenanigans and they're not even out yet? I haven't heard yet. Roku 15.1 versus 24 in the same quarter. Sales 411
Expedia
million
reports
beats
Q4
the
adjusted
391
EPS
estimate.
$1.16. The consensus was $1.19. Q4 revenue 2.75 billion. The consensus was 2.76.
So it's like a small beat, but their sales were lower.
On Expedia.
But I guess people are happy with it.
Roku moving higher.
Expedia reports Q4. Didn't I just give that out? Sorry, so they made a correction. EPS was $1.24 versus consensus $1.19. Revenue still 2.75 versus 2.76 billion. Roku reports Q4 EPS minus 13 cents. The consensus was minus 14 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 411.23 million. The consensus was 391.61 million. They reported Q4 active accounts of 36.9 million, up 36% year over year. Mattel reports Q4 EPS 11 cents. The consensus was a penny. They reported Q4 gross revenue 1.67 billion. The consensus was 1.5 billion. ANET reports Q4 EPS 229, consensus 210. They reported Q4 revenue 552.5 million. The consensus was 550.98. Delphi DLPH reports Q4 EPS 34 cents. The consensus was 31 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 780.4 million. The consensus was 777.18 million. Roku sees full year 20 revenue 1.6 billion. The consensus was 1.58 billion. ANET sees Q1 revenue 522 to 532 million. The consensus was 523.29.
Roku is up 10%.
Yep. I think there's still a lot of shorts in that one too.
Star, they getting wrecked.
Yep. So they gave me Q1 guidance after the full year. Normally they do it the other way around. Roku sees Q1 revenue 305 million, consensus 297.48 million. So guiding up both next quarter and full year.
Yeah, Roku reported okay. ANET sounded like a beat. No move, really. $6. Beats on rev, good. Below consensus. Revs in line.
CarGurus,
Yeah, I like AYX.
CarG reports Q4 EPS 17 cents, consensus 13 cents. Q4 revenue 158.2 million, consensus 154.3.
Yeah, Roku is crazy. NVIDIA 272. So drop and then a little pop.
AYX reports Q4 EPS 64 cents, consensus 29 cents. Q4 revenue 156.5 million. The consensus was 130.31 million.
Ooh.
They see Q1 EPS minus 11 to minus 7 cents. The consensus was positive 4 cents. They see Q1 revenue 105 to 108 million. The consensus was 105.07 million. GoDaddy reports Q4 EPS 34 cents, consensus 31 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 780.4 million. The consensus was 777.18 million. AYX sees 2020 EPS 80 to 91 cents. The consensus was 82 cents. They see 2020 revenue 555 to 565 million. The consensus was 521.29 million.
Well, ANET's not moving.
CarG sees Q1 EPS 7 to 8 cents, consensus 15 cents. They see Q1 revenue 156.5 to 159.5 million. The consensus was 163.23 million. Expedia reports Q4 gross bookings up 8% to 107.9 billion. Yelp reports Q4 EPS 37 cents. The consensus was 26 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 268.8 million. The consensus was 273.65 million. So they did miss
It
on revenue
almost
for Yelp.
looks like it's halted or something. Because, yeah, it's not moving.
SurveyMonkey reports Q4 EPS minus 2 cents. The consensus was minus 4 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 84.32 million. The consensus was 83.83 million.
It's so crazy to me that they're public.
I know, right? Isn't it free?
It's, yeah. Not just that it's free, it's such a specialized application.
Yeah.
Data
Matt,
dog,
we need to see what
downside.
the action looks like in the morning on Roku. We still have to get through their conference call.
Yeah, it could be. But what's up with Datadog?
Alrighty, Juicy.
Look at Microsoft after hours. Getting a little pop there.
SurveyMonkey sees Q1 revenue 85 to 86 million. The consensus was 84.08.
Breaking news on CNBC. Attorney General William Barr Says Trump tweets, quote, make it impossible for me to do my job.
Well, damn.
The next tweet is, we have a new attorney general.
There's ANET. Beat by 20 cents. Revs in line. Let's see, Q1 reports Q4 earnings, 229 a share, 20 cents better than, yeah. Revs fell 72% year over year. Oh, 7.2%. I was like, holy shit. Gross margin increased. Co-issues inline guidance for Q1.
1-800, don't spit out
Yeah,
your
so
food. I'm sorry.
those contracts,
Exactly, Rob Lib.
whoever sold premium, probably gonna bank. Unless more comes out.
Really? That's going to be interesting. Exactly, Chi-Town. Bye, bye, bar.
Interesting on that. Microsoft pop and then pulled right back. Well, it looks like today's not the day that Roku dies.
True, Jamie. True.
So are we going to be without an attorney general by the morning?
Probably.
What else are we waiting on besides Tesla's offering number?
Okay, do we have a lull, Maria, for some
NVIDIA.
questions?
I feel like they're behind on giving out the info. D-Dog should be out. Well, should have been out. I say, let's go ahead and
Just
do a
shout.
couple of questions, and then NVIDIA will be in 5 minutes.
Okay, guys, so it is Q&A Tuesday. If you have any questions, throw them out there. We're going to try and get them answered in between. The ER is coming out. It is Thursday. Thank you, Max Payne. It's Thursday. Q&A Thursday. Oh, Lordy. I'm
I have
glad
a
tomorrow's
question
Friday.
for Kang.
Go for it.
What up?
So you tend to trade stocks like Tesla and Amazon right now primarily, correct? I mean, mostly Amazon though, right?
Amazon's my first on the list, but yes, Amazon, Tesla, to a
Okay,
lesser degree, Apple and Netflix.
I'm looking to do something similar. Why did you pick Amazon as something that you enjoyed doing that with?
First and foremost, because it moves around a lot. So at the time that I started trading it, it was just I'd gotten used to I cut my teeth on Netflix because the contracts are cheaper. But then as I sized up the account, I just like the regularity of Amazon, and I've gotten used to it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with something like Amazon. It's a lot of money. I was wondering if there was any stock that was similar to Amazon, but scale-wise, not so much. I'm worried to play things like Boeing and the stocks that are like super sensitive to news coming out and just like destroying it.
I would
don't know if you
say
know anything
how
with that.
well. Yeah, how long? Well, let me ask you first and foremost. Trading options.
On and off for like 6 months, but before that I traded crypto, which has made me good at TA, which is why I kind of want to just trade something and not worry so much about it getting blown up by news.
I would suggest like Visa, MasterCard, even like a well, I was going to say Apple too, because Apple at least it doesn't move around a lot, like usually intraday, like not wide swings like Amazon. But you do have to worry about like now, like China news on that one. So I would focus more so like on, like I said, Visa, MasterCard. Those are kind of sleepier. They still move, but they normally don't move crazy like in a day. They usually take multiple days to work out. And especially on those too, if you're kind of getting used to the Greeks, like
It's
Theta
already
especially, I would
270.
always buy yourself more time.
What do you
Don't
mean?
focus just solely on weeklies.
Okay. Yeah, it's just
Unwilling full. It's
like I enjoy
270
trading crypto
42.
because it's
Now
not like
50.
news doesn't blow crypto up. I just stare at a chart and it's volatile and see patterns and all that. But it's like some of these stocks, like I was trading Apple the other day and it just tanked randomly, and I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, they can, especially with that a lot of coronavirus stuff. Apple can move around a lot, and then of course, too, because a lot of their like think like 50% of their supply chain is there, so it really can be affected.
Yeah.
But you need to
Alright, thanks.
recognize any stock can be hit by news,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just looking for like
So
least exposure while it still is somewhat like it somewhat still moves.
But the biggest thing is whatever you decide, obviously play something that's going to move around because that's how we make our money. But my recommendation would be is to pick something and really get to know it. Go in there, put up your support and resistance lines, and get used to how that ticker moves. And I would start there because it's one thing to try to trade, but if you don't really know like the ticker well and how it moves, then it's going to be hard. At least that's what helped me out at the beginning.
Okay, guys, sorry. I've got a couple of ERs I need to get out, otherwise I'll lose them. CC reports Q4 adjusted EPS 56 cents, consensus 42 cents, Q4 revenue 1.4 billion, consensus 1.35 billion. Mohawk reports Q4 EPS 225, consensus 220. They reported Q4 revenue
Whoa.
2.4
Yeah,
billion,
Nvidia's
consensus
popping.
2.42
Their numbers
billion.
are out, I'm sure.
CCC's full year 20 adjusted EPS 260 to 355, consensus 316. And
Nvidia's
give me just a
cranking.
moment. We should have, well, here's another one. Net Cloudflare reports Q4 adjusted EPS
Net.
minus 6 cents, consensus minus 7 cents. Q4 revenue 83.9 million, consensus 79.11 million.
Beat.
And it looks like Nvidia might be out. I'm just waiting for the numbers. So Teresa, do we want to wait until after Nvidia is out to resume?
yeah, go ahead. Let's see if we can get those out
Yeah, Nvidia's cranking.
because she got a pretty pop.
Net Cloudflare sees Q1 adjusted EPS minus 6 to minus 5 cents, consensus minus 5 cents. Q1 revenue 87 to 88 million. The consensus is 84.13 million. Net sees full year 20 adjusted EPS minus 21 to minus 19 cents. The consensus was minus 20 cents. They see full year 20 revenue 389 to 393 million. The consensus was 376.43. Log M reports Q4 EPS $1.43. The consensus was $1.40. They reported Q4 revenue 322.7 million. The consensus was 320.4.
I did see pins.
Mohawk sees Q1 EPS $1.90 to $2. The consensus was 2.06.
Yeah, I mean, I'd only be playing commons on it, obviously, right
Mattel
now,
sees 2020
and
gross sales growth as reported up 1 to 2.5%.
I'm not gonna mess with it. I don't think. I mean, it's you got $1.20 or something in here. I'm not gonna mess with it.
Nvidia reports Q4 EPS $1.89. The consensus was $1.67. They reported
nice
Q4
beat.
revenue 3.11 billion. The consensus was 2.97 billion. So beating a beat for
Very nice. And AMD getting some love on that. Over 55.
Yep, fire guy. NVIDIA is going to take AMD with it.
It was at 27. I show, but 23.75 is where it closed today. I mean, this drop wasn't just because of this Facebook thing, I don't think, because that just came out, right? Now it is right at the 200. So yeah, if you like it, not a bad spot to take a shot. But why the big drop today? Why did it get its ass kicked? If you're going to hold commons on it and you like it, then yeah, I would agree with you. But I don't know what today's drop was all about.
was waiting for NVIDIA guidance.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to say. And do they issue guide on the call?
I feel like they give out the numbers. I feel like we see numbers ahead of that. I don't remember if we see full year, but I feel like we at least get the next quarter before the conference
Okay.
call. So we can probably let's go ahead with questions then, and then I'll interrupt.
Perfect. Alrighty. What questions?
Yeah, Samson, what dropped it during the day
By the
today?
way, Teresa, BYND.
Or really the last,
it's
I mean,
going
look
to
at this.
report
Yeah,
on
it was up here at
227
27
after
pre-market,
close, I believe.
February 7th,
just
and it
come
has
out?
just
Yeah.
cratered
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
since then. So 2170 maybe.
Or Mario.
What's
I know you use Thinkorswim, correct?
I-
Is there any good videos or anything on Thinkorswim? Do you use mobile or use desktop?
So I use both. So I chart
All right,
on the
that's
desktop
everybody's
and
ER,
do
I
all my trades
believe,
on mobile.
or all the
Okay.
big ones.
And
Because doing it on the platform is too clunky. Like I've got to flip through a bajillion different things. I don't have time for all that. It's a lot easier on the app for me.
yeah, that's how I am feeling about it right now. Because I've been doing paper trading yesterday. I
Sweet.
dabbled in a little bit of today on the, and it's
With
just
that-
a lot going on the desktop application.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I
no,
just what I
but
do is
that
I'll do all my
Samson, didn't
charting
that
on
just
on
come out, the
desktop, but
Facebook news?
any trades that I place are done on.
I mean, I
TOS app,
saw,
mobile
you
app.
know, there's been a drop on pins
But I
happening,
don't really have any like videos that I know offhand.
unless that
I
was old
know if you
news. I
Google it,
saw the
there's
headline
there's
today.
a crap ton of stuff out there on TOS, and there's some really great stuff out there. I
Like
just
just
don't
a few
have any
minutes
that
ago.
I have like at my fingertips to give.
So what took it from 27 to
Oh.
23 and change
You're welcome.
before
Real
this
quick,
news?
Nvidia sees Q1 revenue 3 billion plus or minus 2%. The consensus was 2.85 billion. The company said that while the ultimate effect of the coronavirus is difficult to estimate, the company has reduced its revenue outlook for Q1 by 100 million to account for its potential impact.
People knew.
Datadog. DDog reports Q4 EPS 0 cents, consensus minus 2 cents. Q4 revenue.
Unwilling full, I like
113.64
Cloudflare
million.
as well.
The consensus was 102.41 million.
Okay, and Al, an offering is simply where the company is offering up more shares for sale, can bring money into the company. It's generally considered as potentially negative, so the market has to digest what they're doing. And what you want to look at is what they're doing with the funds, what did they price it at, and how many shares they're actually offering. So how dilutive is it? Hopefully that answers your question. If not, let me know and I'll explain some
Yeah,
more.
Nvidia up
And
nicely at the moment.
OMG winner, yeah. Nvidia is going to take AMD with it. Yay!
Datadog.
Oh,
AMD on watch
Datadog
tomorrow.
sees Q1 EPS -2 to -1 cent. The consensus was -3 cents. They see Q1 revenue 117 to 119 million. The consensus was 108.87 million.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I wasn't even gonna be here the whole day.
so tech should be fun tomorrow.
And you know, Nvidia's guidance, that 100 million guide, like reduce that they've out of their guidance, reduction out of their guidance. I don't think that's horrible. I really don't think it's like a big deal. I don't know if I'm just underestimating
I'm
it, but I don't
tired.
think it's a huge deal.
No, not when they're forecasting 3 billion in rev and they're reserving 100 million. The
Yeah.
only thing that I wonder if they're going to get asked on the call is what the impact to production will be.
Yeah.
So, Jamie, yes.
Yeah, see y'all.
So
Have a good night.
on NVIDIA, you should see.
That's all I got. Thanks for hanging out. I don't even have a cocktail right now, Great Trader.
Some
No
movement in
cocktail.
Intel. So LRCS.
I might go take a nap.
Sorry.
Go
I was gonna say, what about AMAT? Sometimes don't we see some sympathy movement there?
All right, I'll
too,
see you
or not?
guys tomorrow.
And you can, but it's
Later.
the differentiation between what they're doing, right? So